Hi guys, please settle down and close your eyes. So, in the last lecture, we had covered tribal development, right? Quickly, tell me what are the major issues confronting tribal societies in India? Bitya. Brother. Why is it a problem? Why is industrialization a problem? It's mostly seen as a sign of progress. Brief, few word answers. At the heart of the problem. Okay, it is leading to displacement, what we call development induced displacement, and tribals are disproportionately affected. What else? Cultural alienation. Education. Kya problem hai education? The literacy rate. What is the literacy rate of scheduled tribes? 59% it is, है ना? ठीक है. और why is urbanization a problem? All right, so it is leading to reduction in forest cover. Land alienation, it has been spoken of already. Loss of livelihood. So many traditional occupations of various tribes have been significantly diminished. Or economically disadvantaged. Bitya, why is globalization an issue? MNCs are doing it, extracting resources at a very fast pace using latest technologies. ठीक है. Bitya, what are PVTG? What are PVTG? Particularly vulnerable tribal groups. How many PVTG are there in India? 75. Name some PVTG. Name some PVTG. Sentinelese. Name another. Chenchu. Where? Sentinelese where? Andaman. Chenchu where? Where? Andhra Pradesh. Good. ठीक है. And tell me something else. Tell me something else apart from PVTG, other tribal issues. Sorry? MNC, that was spoken of already. Tell me about conflict. How does that affect tribes? Violence. Violence as in physical violence. You tell me. Don't ask me. Tell me various kinds of conflicts which afflict tribals. Tribals versus tribals. Give me an example from current times. One tribal versus tribal conflict which has grabbed headlines. No, let him. बिटिया. हाँ, मीठी और कुकी conflict. Have you heard of it? No? Are we not reading the newspaper? Please do. मतलब they are ना in a way. ठीक है? Really? हाँ. और बताओ. और क्या? Give me, बिटिया. Don't do this. Give me a definition of tribes. Yes. Indigenous, geographically isolated, homogeneous, non-Hindu, non-Muslim, wonderful. Nature worship, etc. But this definition is wonderful, Eurocentric. ठीक है, अब चलते हैं जीवन में आगे. ट्राइब्स को पीछे छोड़ के, as we have done with the tribes, let's also do it academically. अब हम चलते हैं गांव की ओर. ठीक है, जंगल से निकल के मेरे साथ चलो गांव की ओर. लेट अस नाउ डिस्कस रूरल सोशियोलॉजी. Online friends, please type yes that you are with me. Please type yes if you are with me. Yes, thank you. What all topics we will be covering? It's a big major unit like caste was. Shorter than that, but this year particularly there were, I think, around 4 to 5 questions from what we'll be discussing over the next few days, or in rural sociology. Write the topics: village studies, idea of the Indian village, land tenure systems, land reforms, major development which affected Indian agriculture. What? You tell me, don't write that. The Green Revolution, mode of production in Indian agriculture, mode of production in Indian agriculture, then some assorted topics such as CDP, community development programs, cooperatives, factionalism, ठीक. फिर the current state of Indian agriculture and Indian farmers, and lastly, and when we say current state, we'll be discussing in the context of farm will be a one component, but what is the current climate characterized by? अरे पूरा national हमारा social economic climate, yeah, globalization. Basically we are living in the era of globalization, so in the context of globalization, how Indian agriculture, Indian farmers are doing, we'll be discussing that. ठीक है. फिर last topic would be peasant and farmer movements. Peasants and farmers movements. ठीक, तो ये है अपना माइटी सा एजेंडा ऑफ रूरल सोशियोलॉजी. give the heading, the first topic, village studies. Should we be studying villages at all? Sitting in this very ultra metro kind of a city of Delhi, talking in English, using the latest gadgets, should we really bother ourselves with rural sociology? How outdated is it or not? Should we be focusing on understanding rural society? We slick city people, all of us Shahri Babus and Babis, should we be studying rural society? Why? Why? हाँ बेटे, वंडरफुल, बिल्कुल. हम लोग शहर में बैठे हैं, इसका मतलब ये नहीं पूरा देश यहीं बैठा है. Clearly, friends, to understand Indian society, we have to have a sense of rural India. Because as he very rightly pointed out, more than or about 2/3 of our population still resides in rural areas. As per the 2011 census, 68.8% of India's population lives in villages. ठीक? So clearly, if we want to understand Indian society, we must get acquainted with rural society. ठीक है? So we are not wrong in focusing on rural sociology. Now, when did we start studying villages? कब शुरू हुआ? He's saying the colonial period, which is all right. But please appreciate, we find mention of the importance of collecting information about villages in ancient texts like the Arthashastra, Mahabharat, Manusmriti. These ancient texts have also highlighted the importance that the rulers, administrators, they should be aware of the countryside. Yeah, countryside बोलते हैं villages को, rural areas को. Ancient texts like Manusmriti, Mahabharat, Arthashastra, they have also highlighted it. But yes, he is right in the sense, modern scientific systematic data collection began during the colonial period. It began during the colonial period. Scientific systematic data collection regarding villages. So the colonial administrators, they came out with district gazetteers. Village handbooks. Which contained very detailed accounts, detailed ethnographic accounts of the villages. These were basically sarkari publications, right, done by civil servants, etc., administrators. ठीक? But friends, the heydays of village studies in India was during the 1950s. Also 1960s to a lesser extent, but primarily during 1950s. During this period, 1950s and 60s, there was a, what should I say? If I may use casual language, I would say there was a boom in village studies. But you don't write in answers there was a boom in village studies. You write that village studies flourished during the 1950s and 60s. There was a lot of academic focus on conducting village studies. You understand what a village study is, right? Anthropologists, sociologists, they will go and live for several months, 4, 6, 8 months in a given village, and they will write in detail about which aspect of village life? Various aspects. Caste, inter-caste relations, land ownership patterns, husband-wife relations, kinship patterns, saas-bahu relations, rituals, beliefs, everything. Right? So a very detailed ethnographic accounts. That is what these village studies entailed. Why? An important question is, why did village studies become so popular? Why did they receive so much focus in these fields of sociology and anthropology during the 1950s? And of course, to a lesser extent in 60s. Give a heading, reasons, okay, for focus on village studies in 1950s. Reasons for focus on village studies during the 1950s. I'll dictate also. Tell me. Why? Yes, you had raised your hand. Yes? So, you're right, we got independence. So? A lot of social and economic distress were focused in villages. Yes. So people probably wanted to find out root causes, especially Mr. Nehru was wanted to spearhead modernization of India. Absolutely correct. The Nehruvian state was focused on modernization. Yeah, so maybe they wanted to have a head start from villages. Bilkul. Absolutely. So, saaf baat hai, I'll dictate, but I'll just bit elaborate on what he has said. As, the 1950s was the first decade after the attainment of independence. And with independence, the nature of the Indian state stood transformed. Why were the British conducting village studies? What was their purpose, brother? उनका बड़ा limited objective था. It was a revenue administration, to maximize revenue collection. दूसरा, it was basically a police state to ensure law and order and to get to know the natives so that you can govern them more efficiently. That was the limited objective of British, the colonial state, conducting village studies. But with independence, the nature of the Indian state transformed from a police state focusing merely on law and order or revenue collection to a welfare state. So the state took up many welfare functions. Education provide करनी है, या literacy rate बढ़ाना है, health care facilities देनी है ना, gas connections देने हैं, so many things, बिजली देनी है, पानी देनी है, सड़क देनी है. किसको देनी है? To the people. And where was the bulk of the population residing? It was in the villages. More than 80% back then was residing in the villages. So if you want to ensure people's welfare, you will have to know about the villages. ठीक है? पहला ये कारण. लिखो. Reasons. पहला, after independence, the Indian state took up many welfare functions. Full stop. As the bulk of the population lived in the villages. Bulk matlab, as per 1951 census, friends, 82.7% of India's population lived in villages. Comma, village studies helped to understand the rural social structure. Secondly, and of course a related point, it is the nature of development. Again, I'll dictate first, then I'll explain first, then I'll dictate. Secondly, friends, the nature of development during those early years was what? Sorry? Agrarian reforms, all right, but what was the structure of the developmental exercise? State-led thi or centralized thi? Yes, centralized planning ke zariye we were trying to bring about state-led development. That was the nature. कौन कर रहा था ये centralized planning? The planning commission, है ना? Particularly the planning commission. Planning commission कहाँ बैठी थी? दिल्ली में. Simply put, friends, the nature of planning of India's developmental trajectory was highly centralized. So, this planning process required inputs from below. Those very crucial inputs that would help in the planning exercise were provided by these village studies. One of these important inputs was in the form of village studies. वरना दिल्ली में बैठे व्यक्ति को क्या पता कि केरला के गांव में क्या स्थिति है या हरियाणा के गांव में क्या स्थिति है? यस और नो? लिखो. सेकेंड, village studies provided crucial inputs for the centralized planning process. Comma, enabling planners in Delhi to chalk out more realistic and effective policies. ठीक? तीसरी बात, thirdly, another reason, again I'll dictate, don't worry on that front. I've realized, why I'm dictating, I've realized it makes it faster than giving you guys time to think and write. Thirdly, friends, see, the government was trying to bring about very large scale development. It was taking up numerous measures, whether it was establishing schools or opening dispensaries and public health centers, whether it was immunization programs, whether it was जो भी चीजें हो, electrification drive, mass literacy, dam building और न जाने क्या क्या. So after independence we had embarked on this truly a very ambitious developmental agenda guided by the spirit of modernization. So in this context you had a very should we say a revolutionary kind of a constitution or its provisions, right, and very far reaching kind of legislations, very kind of radical kind of shifts, but whether they were able to have any impact on the daily lives of the people, how do you gauge? Through Village studies. In other words, these village studies helped us to understand or assess the impact, the consequences of various progressive policies, laws, developmental measures being undertaken. For example, आपने गांव-गांव जाके स्कूल खोल दिए इंडियन स्टेट ने मॉडर्न एजुकेशन देने के लिए. But in those modern schools, now what is the policy? Policy is that they will give admission to all sections of the society. But are Dalit children able to sit alongside higher castes? Or are they denied admission in the village school? By mostly say upper caste dominated administration या teachers. कैसे पता लगेगा? Village studies से. Yes or no? आपने कह दिया भैया यूनिवर्सल एडल्ट फ्रेंचाइज, बट आर विमेन इन द विलेजेस एबल टू एक्सरसाइज दैट फ्रेंचाइज और नॉट? कैसे पता लगेगा? लेटर ऑन यू हैव इंप्लीमेंटेड लैंड रिफॉर्म्स कि भैया लैंड शुड शिफ्ट फ्रॉम द अर्स्टवाइल लैंडलॉर्ड जमींदार वगैरह बिग लैंडलॉर्ड्स टू द टिलर्स ऑफ द लैंड. बट हैज दैट शिफ्ट रियली टेकन प्लेस? हाउ विल यू फाइंड आउट? विलेज स्टडीज. Clear? So they helped to assess the impact of various progressive measures that were undertaken by the Indian state after independence. Likho. Village studies also helped to assess the impact of state policies, developmental measures, and progressive legislation. On the lives of the people in the villages. ठीक. Another important factor why village studies became popular. Fourthly, fifthly, जो भी point है कि see, there was an influence of Western academia. I'll dictate. There was an influence of Western academia. In the sense, in Western academic circles, in America particularly, there was a growing interest in the study of what came to be called. See, there was this guy, Robert Redfield. He conceptualized what he termed as the peasant society. Peasant society क्या होती है? वही होती है जो हम भी काफी थे, where bulk of the population is dependent on agriculture. That is the mainstay of not just economic life, but people's socio-cultural lives as well. Society, culture, economy, everything centers around agriculture. Okay, that is what it effectively is. So Robert Redfield conceptualized this notion of peasant society, and that it became popular. It caught on in academic circles. धन्यवाद भैया. ठीक है? So it kind of generated an interest in the study of villages in India also. ठीक? And not just this concept, a lot of money also flowed in for village studies from the West. Why did money flow in? Because of the international geopolitical climate. That was the time of Cold War. Both blocs, led by the two superpowers, wanted to woo the newly freed third world countries like us, like India, to their bloc. right? So these were basically, we don't write it in as many words, but the idea was that if we fund village studies here, what literature will be produced? That will sing praise of Western type model. For example, US pumped in a lot of money through agencies like the Ford Foundation. Okay, वो कहने को civil society organization है, but it is like in bed literally with the American government. So उनके थ्रू बहुत पैसा आता था. लिखना मत ऐसे कभी कि बहुत पैसा आता था, but आता था. And so for example they would say कि as democracy is taking roots in India, it is leading to a lot of churning in the caste system. The lower castes are getting empowered. देखो कितनी बढ़िया चीज है डेमोक्रेसी. हाँ, कि तो इस टाइप की वो बातें करते थे. और दैट वाज एटलीस्ट द एक्सपेक्टेशन. हाँ, खैर लिखो. Village studies also became popular due to academic developments in the West. Full stop. Robert Redfield popularized the study of peasant society and Indian villages fit the bill. Indian villages fit the bill. मतलब हम भी peasant society type ही थे. ठीक है? Indian villages fit that description of being a peasant society. ठीक? Full stop. Chalo. So that is why these are some of the major reasons why village studies became very popular, received a lot of attention from sociologists and anthropologists in the 1950s and 60s. ठीक? अगली हेडिंग दीजिए, challenges during village studies. Imagine yourself, friends, as a budding sociologist, as a research scholar in Jawaharlal Nehru University. ठीक? And you have been given an assignment by your project guide to go and conduct a village study. कि देश का एक कोई भी गांव पकड़ो, वहां जाओ, 6-8 महीने बिताओ और मुझे एक डिटेल्ड मोनोग्राफ या एक डिटेल्ड अकाउंट ऑफ दैट विलेज लाके दो. प्रैक्टिकली डू यू एक्सपेक्ट टू एनकाउंटर एनी डिफिकल्टीज? क्या दिक्कत आएगी? और इट्स ऑल चिल. यस, क्या दिक्कत आएगी बिटिया? क्या? People might not want to share their personal details. All right, brother. Language and cultural barriers. Bilkul. Particularly say you are a North Indian and you are sent to a southern state, or you are a Dravidian, you are sent to a northern state. If you are unfamiliar with that language, that dialect, etc., how do you communicate? Indian sociologists, they did a very, should I say, convenient thing to address this challenge. You pick the state to which you belong. So Srinivas ji गए, कर्नाटका के थे, कर्नाटका के गांव में जाके रह गए. Lot of them did that. Not everybody across the board, but many. हाँ हाँ. और बताइए, और क्या दिक्कत? Brother. गाइज एक वो रह गया, सॉरी, हाँ, आई जस्ट कम टू यू, बट एक इंपॉर्टेंट रीजन वाई विलेज स्टडीज बिकेम पॉपुलर रह गया, मेंशन दैट. आई नो माई बैड, बट क्या करें. Another important reason, friends, during there are three major approaches to study of Indian society, mentioned also in our syllabus. Okay? Can you name them if you've read the paper 2 syllabus? Which are the three major approaches to study Indian society? Structural functional approach is one, Marxist approach is the second, Indological approach is the third. ठीक है? Out of these three, tell me which approach was the dominant one during 1950s. Structural functional approach was the dominant approach. What it is, we'll discuss later on. For now, just suffice to say it is what you have studied as functionalism in paper 1. ठीक है? And we'll discuss the three approaches later on. But what are the brief point I want to make? During 1950s, it was the structural functional approach which was dominant. I'll dictate also. And structural functionists like M.N. Srinivas, they used the method of field studies या village studies. उनका preferred method था village studies का. और उस टाइम स्ट्रक्चरल फंक्शनल अप्रोच का बोलबाला था इन इंडियन सोशियोलॉजी एंड एंथ्रोपोलॉजी. ठीक है? इसलिए भी दैट वाज अनदर रीजन व्हाई विलेज स्टडीज वर सो पॉपुलर ड्यूरिंग दैट टाइम. लिखो. द 1950s marked the dominance of the structural functional approach in Indian anthropology. Full stop. Following Srinivas, several social anthropologists conducted village studies in different parts of the country. ठीक है? हाँ, so coming back, okay, now I'm truly done with the reasons for the popularity of or focus on village studies. Coming back to the challenges. Some of you mentioned कि non-responsiveness, people may not respond, language barrier, cultural barriers, or what are the difficulties you can expect if you are conducting a village study in the interiors of Haryana. Oh, such a practical problem. Funding. बिल्कुल है ना. So procuring funding is a major issue. And JNU and many, such they are better, they are more well off, better equipped universities compared to so many. But you're right. Very good. Elaborate on that a bit. Why should I get influenced? I'm an outsider, I'm a researcher. Why will I get influenced? Absolutely. So, and he's absolutely right. In fact, most of the researchers who conducted these village studies, they were themselves who? Upper caste, overwhelmingly. In fact, overwhelmingly Brahmins, not just upper caste, but a very large number of them were Brahmins. or they were foreigners, gore. But whether they were Brahmins or whoever, they also, another dimension is they often relied, I'll dictate, they often would reside where? In the upper caste section of the village, in Brahmin households. So that perspective got reflected in their writings. Are you with me? If I am living with Brahmins and you are lower caste, you might not, for example, you might fear, you'll take me to be a Brahmin because I'm residing with that caste people, and then you might fear talking to me truthfully. For example, if there are a lot of caste-based atrocities in your village, and I am staying with a Brahmin friend like Andre Bete did, or I am a Brahmin like Srinivas was or Ghure was, and I ask you, कि how's the caste equations? You'll say all bhala changa, awesome, बहुत बढ़िया है. Yes or no? So एक upper caste kind of reflect होता था, perspective in these with studies. और बताओ, brother. हाँ बिल्कुल. वेदर से एमिनिटीज एंड फैसिलिटीज नहीं होती रूरल एरियाज में. स्टार्क डिफरेंस. मोस्ट ऑफ दीज रिसर्चर्स दे वर हु? हम कौन है अपर में? हाँ, वी आर सिटी ड्वेलर्स. यस और नो? वी आर बाबू लोग, वी आर साहिब्स इन दैट सेंस. आई हैव रियली स्पेंड सम टाइम इन अ विलेज. खटमलों ने जीना मुश्किल कर दिया. उस टाइम में when these village studies were being conducted, many villages were not electrified or would have a very intermittent supply of electricity. मुझे एक आदत है एक आलिशान एसी या कूलर या एटलीस्ट पंखे में सोने की. As a city dweller, all these guys were city dwellers, their own social background. Are you with me? तो भैया बड़ी, और ये भी नहीं है कि आज गए और कल आ गए. 6 महीना 8 महीना 10 महीना बिताना है. ये बड़ी दिक्कत. और हाँ ब्रदर, attachment with the villagers, so yes, it might get conditioned. Maintaining neutrality, objectivity is challenging. तो लिखो various challenges. I'm not dictating, just brief points. पहली बात, you'll have to establish your credentials with the villagers. You'll have to gain entry into the village. You'll have to gain their trust. You'll have to at the very least assure them that you are there for benign purposes. है कि नहीं? So blending in the rural milieu or the rural social landscape, fitting in, that will be a problem. That will be a challenge. ठीक? Simply write fitting in the rural social milieu. That would include everything, gaining their trust, gaining entry, justifying your presence as benign. Benign मतलब, अब आप पूछ रहे हो जी किसके पास कितनी जमीन है, धर तो नहीं लेगा, लैंड रिफॉर्म्स का जमाना है. सरकारी एजेंट तो नहीं है कि नहीं? दूसरा, लॉन्ग ड्यूरेशन ऑफ स्टे. भैया मेरी लुगाई मेरे शहर में बैठी है, उसको छोड़ के आऊंगा मैं? लैक ऑफ एमिनिटीज इन द विलेज. बिजली ना, साफ पानी ना, कुछ ना. Language barriers. Non-responsiveness. मान लो मैं पूछने लगूं गांव में जाके रहते हुए, आप पूछने लगो मैं क्यों, आप पूछोगे कि भैया किस के पास कितनी जमीन है, बता देंगे? कहेंगे नहीं जी आप चाय पियो, चाय पियो और चलते बनो। यस और नो? वे डोंट ड्वेल टू मच इनटू आवर लाइव्स। So people may not respond. Very importantly, lack of access to female respondents. Rural society, social structure is in general more rigidly patriarchal than the urban one. अब किसी गांव में जाके आप ताऊ को बोल दो कि जी कितनी बहुएं हैं, if he doesn't cheto you there and then then you tell him कि अच्छा मिला दो what will happen? Yes or no? Also this thing he had mentioned that there is frequently and most of these researchers friends, by the way, they were overwhelmingly, I won't say exclusively, but overwhelmingly men, right? So if you're a man and you're trying to seek information about women or talk to women in a patriarchal rural social structure, it is not easy. Khair, next likho. Upper caste perspective often dominated village studies. As many of the researchers were themselves upper caste, and stayed with upper caste informants, ठीक। Nextly, procuring funding, ठीक है। नेक्स्टली मेंटेनिंग ऑब्जेक्टिविटी। साफ बात है, सेम विलेज में मैं रह के आऊंगा, आई विल ड्रॉ अनदर पिक्चर ऑफ दैट सोसाइटी, व्हेन यू गो यू विल पेंट अनदर पिक्चर डिपेंडिंग ऑन योर कास्ट, क्लास, आइडियोलॉजिकल, वेरियस काइंड ऑफ बैकग्राउंड्स। यस और नो? नेक्स्टली, necessity to maintain detailed field notes, the need to maintain detailed field notes। साफ बात है, आप 6-8 महीने रहने जा रहे हो, फिर आओगे लौट के, and then your book, your PhD thesis, whatever it is, it will be published another 1-2 years down the line. You cannot retain so much information here. So typically what these ethnographers do, they write down everything, whatever they observe, whatever they listen to, or whatever responses people give. They tend to generally make very detailed, they keep very detailed diaries. पहली तो डायरी में उतारना, अब भैया आप मेरे को बोल रहे हो और मैं ऐसे लेके बैठ जाऊं, it slightly jars the conversation, right? It doesn't look very natural or organic. हाँ, या फिर आपने बोला, अच्छा मैं कहता हूं ठीक है मैं टॉयलेट जा रहा हूं, वहां जाके लिख के आऊं। और एमएन श्रीनिवास जी के साथ क्या हुआ? ही कंडक्टेड अ विलेज स्टडी, स्पेंट लॉन्ग मंथ्स देयर, देन ही लॉस्ट दोज नोट्स, जल गए, ऑफ ऑल थिंग्स जल गए उनके नोट्स, ठीक है। एंड देन ही रोट अ बुक फ्रॉम मेमोरी। हिज बुक इज इन फैक्ट नेम्ड अ रिमेंबर्ड विलेज। Remembered because he wrote it all out of memory because the notes got destroyed, ठीक है। एंड वो इसी चक्कर में हिट हो गई। कि देखें इसने क्या क्या याद करके कितना लिखा है. But point is there is a lot of dependence on these exhaustive diary entries or notes that you make, and then you have to also keep them safely. हम एम श्रीनिवास जी से सीखे. ठीक है. Nextly, you can make quick running reference to remembered village. हाँ, कि उनके नोट्स जल गए थे और उन्होंने अपने आप लिख लो, मेमोरी से लिखी थी. अच्छा, और क्या अगला, अधिकतम, ओवरवेलमिंग इफ नॉट ऑल ऑफ दीज रिसर्चर्स वर, अप्रोच कौन सी थी इनकी, स्ट्रक्चरल फंक्शनलिस्ट. अर्थात दे वुड बी, यस, देयर वाज ओवर एम्फेसिस ऑन द पॉजिटिव एस्पेक्ट्स, कोऑपरेशन, हार्मनी वगैरह, डाउन प्लेइंग दी कॉन्फ्लिक्ट एंड एक्सप्लॉयटेशन डायमेंशंस. सो देयर वाज एन ideological bias which is there in structural functional approach. Where would you expect bias to creep in more? I'm asking you, if a person studies, or which is preferable? You tell me which is preferable if you are conducting a village study. Should you go to a village where you are part of that culture, say your ancestral village, or should you go to a very different culture, a village, in a very different part of the country where you have no relations or you don't fit in anywhere? Which is preferable? आप कहीं से तो हो ना, हरियाणा से हो, एमपी से हो, तमिलनाडु से हो, कहीं से भी हो. क्या आपको अपने प्रांत के गांव में जाना चाहिए या दूर दराज के? Which is preferable? The latter, what was the latter? A different one. Huh? Why? Otherwise you'll be more biased, you're suggesting. If you go to your own village or something you have any connections with, you will have more biases. Does everybody agree? M.N. Srinivas, he wrote a paper, okay, titled something to the effect ki some reflections on the study of one's own society. Some reflections on the study of one's own society. There he makes a very pertinent point. Some reflections on the study of one's own society. आप कहोगे ये तो पूरा सेंटेंस ही हो गया. क्या नाम है ये किताब का? Not my doing, it's his paper. Now, what he says there, basically there are both pros and cons when you study your own society instead of a stranger society. On the flip side, as he rightly mentioned, you might have some preconceived notions about it. And not just you, the villagers. So, for example, your caste will be found in that village. So the villagers will also place you somewhere in the social structure and interact with you accordingly. Are you with me? In contrast, if you go to a far-flung village, people may not have that kind of a, stereotyped, they will not box you into a certain caste category. Are you with me? So that is the disadvantage of studying one's own village. But it is also helpful. Why? Because you will be more familiar with the culture, the local culture, the language, the unstated assumptions of social life over there. Yes or no? बाहर जाके आपको 4 महीने तो पता चला ये सब बेसिक्स समझने में लग गए, और तब भी उस लेवल तक नहीं समझ पाओगे जो एक इनसाइडर को पता होते हैं अपने समाज के बारे में. ठीक है, तो ये है. लॉन्ग स्टोरी शॉर्ट, स्टडिंग वन्स ओन सोसाइटी, पीपल माइट बॉक्स यू. द challenge is that people might box you in certain categories and interact accordingly, and you also may, your prejudices, your biases are more likely to reflect if you're studying your own society. ठीक. So these are some of the challenges that one would encounter while conducting village studies. खैर, जैसे तैसे करके you guys in your JNU class, ठीक है, and our academic forefathers, these guys back in the 1950s, they conducted large number of village studies throughout the length and breadth of the country. सही किया. Are you in agreement? If these challenges we can find some ways to overcome, are you in agreement that yes, to understand Indian society, we must focus on village studies? That is the way to go to understand Indian society. Yes or no? No. In other words, friends, village studies, this focus on village studies during 1950s was also subjected to various criticisms as follows. Give a subheading, criticisms of village studies. May I borrow a pen, Betty? I'll take, you have only one. Criticisms of village studies. Scholars like पहला Dumo and Pocock. What these guys said, first I'll explain, then I'll dictate. Their main point of criticism was that what is a village? Village is merely a piece of land. It's a part of the geography. It is merely an administrative unit. As sociologists and anthropologists, we have to focus on understanding the social structure. Are you with me? In other words, we should not focus on studying villages. ये क्या है, एक administrative या territorial unity तो है village. Instead, we should focus on the social structure. Its aspects like caste. वो एक social identity है. It's an aspect of the social structure. That is what governs social relations. That is what is socially significant. कास्ट को समझो, किनशिप पैटर्न समझो, पेट्रियार्की समझो, ये सारी चीजें हमारे, these are worth investigating. Not a village. That is a mere administrative. सरकार ने कह दिया यहां से यहां तक रामपुर गांव है. How is that socially significant? It is like having a sociology of Pusa Road between pillar number 95 and 132. Doesn't the very idea sound bizarre? एक जमीन का टुकड़ा है गांव. हमें तो समाज का अध्ययन करना है, समाज को समझना है ना? तो हमें समाज के भागों को, समाज के एस्पेक्ट्स को फोकस करना चाहिए rather than administrative divisions. अभी विलेज स्टडी कर रहे हो, कल को कहोगे ब्लॉक की स्टडी है, डिस्ट्रिक्ट की. तो दीज आर merely for administrative convenience. The government has created certain boundaries to demarcate the territory. We have to focus on what is relevant socially, culturally. Clear? लिखो. Dumo and Pocock criticize the focus on village studies. Full stop. They argue that the village as a unit of analysis in Indian sociology is untenable. Untenable meaning कि टिकने वाला नहीं है, ठोस नहीं है. It's not a sound basis. Is untenable. Full stop. Instead, the discipline of social anthropology should focus on the analysis of important social institutions. I repeat, Indian social anthropology should focus on the analysis of major social institutions, particularly caste. ठीक. Second point of criticism. Again, I'll dictate, but first hear me. Okay? What they say, another point of criticism, I'm done with Pocock and these guys, but continuing with the criticisms. Another point of contention is that, what you study, when you study the family, when you study a tribe, when you study a caste, when you study religion, when you study an urban this thing, whatever, right? There is a sense of oneness, community, belonging that defines that social group. But village is not a unified entity. Why is a village not a unified entity? Because it is internally fractured, divided into castes. हर विलेज के अंदर सैकड़ों कास्टें होती हैं और ये कास्टें आपस में 36 का आंकड़ा रखती हैं. They don't see eye to eye. They are continuously in conflict with each other. There is caste-based conflict and exploitation और न जाने क्या क्या. ठीक? तो लिखो. Critics also suggest that a village is not a cohesive unit. Full stop. Internally, every village is fractured, divided. हाँ, कॉमा डाल के लिखो, ये सही है. कॉमा divided into numerous castes and communities. ठीक. तीसरा पॉइंट ऑफ क्रिटिसिज्म. तीसरा पॉइंट ऑफ क्रिटिसिज्म is, friends, again I'll dictate. The third point of criticism is that India has, please appreciate, more than 6 lakh villages. More than 6 lakh villages. So M.N. Srinivas ji, Andre Bete ji, आप इन 6 लाख में से एक गांव में 6 महीने बिता के क्या उखाड़ लोगे? In other words, even if you do conduct a very detailed analysis and study of a particular village, that village is not, what should I say, is not representative of villages in general across the length and breadth of the country. There is, after all, a lot of diversity across these 6 lakh plus villages. A village in Tamil Nadu is very different in every which way from a village in Punjab, which is very different from Assamese villages, which is very different from Gujarati villages. वहां पे you will find जो even huts के residential patterns हैं, अलग अलग है. कहीं पे आपको मिलेंगे सारे घर एक जगह होंगे, चारों तरफ फील्ड्स होंगे. कई जगह आपको मिलेंगे घर होगा, चारों तरफ फील्ड होगा, देन घर होगा, चारों तरफ फील्ड होगा. अलग अलग टाइप के रेजिडेंशियल पैटर्न्स हैं, अलग अलग टाइप के क्रॉप्स आर बीइंग ग्रोन, अलग अलग टाइप के क्विजीन्स हैं, अलग अलग टाइप के ड्रेसेस हैं, हाँ, अलग अलग जातियां हैं. सो देयर इज नो सच एंटिटी, नो सच थिंग कॉल्ड एन इंडियन विलेज. One village is as different from the other. A village in one part of the country is so different from another village in another part, as is chalk from cheese. तो आपने 2, 4, 10, 20, 50, 100 विलेज स्टडीज करके भी क्या, फॉर लैक ऑफ अ बेटर तमीज, क्या उखाड़ लिया. ठीक है. आर यू विद मी? तो लिखो. Critics contend that there is immense diversity in social life across India's 6 lakh plus villages. Full stop. There is no such entity. There is no such entity as, in quotation marks, an Indian village. Quotes close. Extensive study of social life, extensive study of social life in a village is unlikely to enrich our understanding of social life in India as a whole. ठीक. Next criticism, Dipankar Gupta. He writes a book titled Whither the Indian Village. wither the Indian village. Explain, then dictate. Now this book he wrote in the 21st century, 2005 actually, or about, he wrote this book. What his main argument is, I'll dictate. What his main argument is that perhaps in 1950s, village studies were useful. Village studies possibly had a role in Indian sociology and anthropology back then, because that time India was really rural. More than 80% of our population was in rural areas. Moreover, the villages contained what were the characteristic features of Indian society, particularly two: agriculture and caste. Both of them had a very strong hold over social life in village areas, in rural areas. But from then, from the 1950s till now, in the 21st century, a lot has changed. A lot has changed. So what he is basically saying, it's time to perhaps, move on. Village studies were useful back then, but today they may not be the best way to understand Indian society. You have had urbanization going on since long. So only more and more people are residing in urban areas with every passing decade or year for that matter. So the future of India clearly lies in urban life, urban living, not rural areas. And not just in urban areas, even in rural areas. Both these things, which were the defining features, agriculture and caste, they are losing their grip even in rural society. Even in rural society, agriculture and caste, which were the defining features, are today losing their hold. क्यों? आज तक तो villages में people are dependent on agriculture or not? Increasingly, friends, even in rural areas, agriculture as the source of livelihood, its importance is declining. Its importance is declining. क्यों? Agriculture जो है वो increasingly unviable होता जा रहा है. So people living in the villages are very keen to move out of agriculture. Even in families which are, what are defined as agricultural households, the bulk of the income is not coming from agriculture. The bulk of the income is coming from non-agricultural sources. We'll study the figures also as we move ahead later. But bulk of the income for rural households, even agricultural households, is coming from sources other than agriculture. So agriculture is no more the centerpiece of the rural economy as it once was. Are you with me? Likewise, caste is losing, its grip over the rural society has loosened substantially. What matters increasingly in rural areas also is class, money. He says, in fact, lot of villages, large number of villages, they are surviving. They have a very precarious existence. They're just managing to survive. He says many villages, they literally wear a deserted look during the day. Because there are no viable sources of income in the village. Villagers who live in the villages, for jobs they travel during the day to nearby towns or cities or even far off places. They only come back to the village to sleep. या फिर जो एल्डरली होंगे विलेजेस में वो रह गए हैं, लुगाइयां रह गई हैं, बच्चे रह गए हैं, बच्चों को भी बाहर पढ़ने के लिए भेज रहे हैं. विलेजेस में आप देखोगे आज के दिन स्कूल बसेस आती हैं पीले पीले रंग की चमकती हुई, कैरी दी चिल्ड्रन ऑफ द विलेज टू अ नियर बाय टाउन वेयर अ फैंसी स्कूल इज सिचुएटेड. So village is simply dying out. Village is not where the action is. Village is not where incomes are being generated. ठीक है? So, in 1950s, village studies played a useful role, but today it's time to move on. लिखो. Gupta, in his book, blah blah blah, contends that village studies have lost their relevance in the 21st century. Full stop. In the 1950s, village studies made sense. Since India as a whole and bulk of the population, India as a whole and bulk of the population were dependent on agriculture. Full stop. Today, however, things have greatly changed. Share of agriculture in the GDP has declined substantially. Do you agree with that? No two views about it. It's a factual thing. Full stop. Even in rural areas, agriculture as a source of livelihood is unpopular. Full stop. Many villages barely survive due to linkages with urban centers. Full stop. Both caste and agriculture which were important aspects of Indian society and also were important and also were the defining features of rural society dash have lost importance in rural areas. Full stop. So, India of the 21st century, India of the 21st century cannot be understood through village studies. ठीक, तो ये बेसिकली कह रहे हैं अब आगे बढ़ो जीवन में. वो बचपन की चीज थी, तब सही था, पर अब हम बड़े बच्चे हो गए एज अ डिसिप्लिन, एज अ देश, एज एन इकोनॉमी. So should our discipline mature. Lastly, SS Jodhka. He is also another contemporary chap. He has written a book titled, difficult to remember but try to, Village Society. Village Society. What he says, friends, that perhaps he's also writing in the 21st century, and he says that we need not perhaps abandon village studies altogether. Okay? ये नहीं है कि वो completely useless हो गई हैं, but yes, we do need to update our agenda. We need to update our agenda. Update our agenda in what sense? 1950s में जो village studies होती थी, they paid attention to certain aspects. Okay, so they had a certain, you get it? Boundary or agenda, huh? But that agenda needs to change. For example, back in the 1950s, village studies typically focused on caste, land ownership, kinship, rituals. इस टाइप की 3-4 मोटी मोटी चीजें. These were the main areas of attention of village studies back in the heydays of 1950s. But आज का village, आज की rural society is very different from the 1950s wala village. So the discipline of sociology and anthropology should also reflect the newer concerns or the newer themes, the newer factors which affect social life in the villages. For example, globalization. Globalization का villages पे क्या impact हो रहा है? कौन पढ़ेगा? Village studies से हमें पढ़ना चाहिए. Ecological concerns. Back then there were none, but today there are many. It's top of the international agenda from the international level to the local level. Ecological are important concerns. अगर आज के दिन ये लिख रहे होते तो ये कहते पेटीएम. ये सोनू कैसे उससे रूरल एरियाज में कोई फर्क पड़ रहा है, नहीं पड़ रहा है, कौन पड़ेगा? हम. क्लियर? लिखो. Jodhka in his book, blah blah, suggests that social anthropologists should address new concerns and widen the ambit of village studies. Widen the ambit of village studies. Full stop. Researchers conducting या undertaking village studies in the 21st century should address new concerns like, लिख दो 2-4 जो भी बोले, globalization, impact of globalization, communication technologies, मोबाइल फोन गांव गांव में है या नहीं है? गांव गांव में नहीं, गांव के घर घर में है. हाउ दैट इज अफेक्टिंग. लड़कियों तक के पास है. हाउ दैट इज अफेक्टिंग, है ना? Impact of globalization, mobile technologies या communication technologies, environmental concerns, etc. हाँ, मतलब पुराने कंसर्न्स लाइक कास्ट, लैंड ओनरशिप, किनशिप से आगे बढ़ो. बेशक विलेज स्टडीज करो. ठीक है, दिस इज व्हाट इज आवर दिस थिंग ऑफ विलेज स्टडीज. नाउ टेल मी फ्रेंड्स, whom do you side with? The proponents of village studies जो कहते हैं नहीं बहुत जरूरी है, करनी चाहिए, करते हैं, 1950s में उन्होंने धूम मचा दी, या दी क्रिटिक्स से भैया रात गई बात गई, हाँ, या विलेज स्टडीज, विलेज इज मियरली एन एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव यूनिट, विलेज इज नॉट अ कोहेसिव यूनिट. हाँ, whom do you agree with? करें या ना करें, या सही किया नहीं किया हमने इतनी विलेज स्टडीज करके, या गलती हो गई हमारे बाप दादाओं से, एकेडमिक बाप दादाओं से, सही किया? So do you just simply brush aside the very, what should I say, cogent, legit criticisms raised by stalwarts like a Dumo or a Pocock और a गुप्ता? बताओ ना, ये सब क्या है ही बोल रहे हैं? हाँ बेटिया, हाँ, all right. So she is saying we have no option but to go for village studies, if I read it correctly, brother.
So, even if the urban centers are like important country where the action is, a lot of activities in urban centers are greatly affected by the
rural.
For example, immigration,
हाँ,
which affects crimes, poverty rates.
he is saying गांव के लोग शहर आके दंगेबाजी करते हैं, क्राइम्स करते हैं, बट ठीक है. हाँ,
immigration also like in COVID. How do we tackle like government benefit schemes because the population?
very good. So he is saying if you have to understand even urban society, you need to have a sense of rural society. Huh? Because a lot of migration is happening back and forth. Bitya. हाँ, तो क्या तुम एक छोटे छोटे गांव में जाके ये सब टुच्चापन कर रहे हो? स्टडी कास्ट लाइक दैट वे आई डिड, आई एज इन दुमो. हाँ, सी जोधका इज अ नो कॉन्टेस्ट. आई मीन nobody can disagree with that कि हाँ करना चाहिए, हाँ भी करना चाहिए. So that's a given. But the other concerns which have been expressed कि it's merely a geographical unit etc., they have also been repudiated or responded to. ठीक है ना? इन अदर वर्ड्स लिखो कि हम क्यों सही हैं. The emphasis on village studies was well placed, according to scholars like M.N. Srinivas, Andre Bete, S.C. Dubey. ये सब कहते हैं नहीं, हम सही कर रहे हैं, हम विलेजेस की स्टडी करके एकदम सही कर रहे हैं. वाई? वेरियस ग्राउंड्स. पहली बात तो क्या कहते हैं कि इंडिया में ना, इंडियन सोसाइटी में विलेज इज नॉट मियरली एन एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव यूनिट और अ पीस ऑफ लैंड. प्लीज अप्रिशिएट, विलेज इज एन इंटेग्रल पार्ट ऑफ माई सोशल आइडेंटिटी. विलेज इज एन इंटेग्रल पार्ट ऑफ माई सोशल आइडेंटिटी. सिर्फ एक सरकारी डेजिग्नेशन नहीं है कि सरकार ने बोल दिया यहां से यहां तक रामपुर है. I said village, the village to which I belong is an integral part of my, mat likh dena, the village to which one belongs is an integral part of one's social identity. बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण अभिन्न अंग है. मैं किस गांव से हूं? किसका? मेरा. मैं कौन हूं? बनिया हूं. ठीक है? बट प्लीज अप्रिशिएट, से यू मीट अ स्ट्रेंजर ऑन अ बस बिटवीन टू विलेजेस. यू आर गोइंग फ्रॉम वन विलेज टू अनदर. Somebody boards the bus, okay, on the next station, and he comes and sits next to you. What's the first question that you ask the person? First you ask is kaun jaat ho. Okay, so that is your one very important social identity, what caste you are from. The second question that you ask is kaun gaon se ho. In other words, where you come from. So much so, friends, that in many parts of the country, many people incorporate the name of the village in their own name. हमारे नाम में अपेंड कर दिया जाता है गांव का नाम. Are you with me? बहुत सारे आपको ऐसे मिलेंगे. सचिन तेंदुलकर तिंदोली गांव से आए हैं. सिद्धू मूसेवाला, उनमें भी वो है. पी चिदम्बरम, योर सेवरल मिनिस्टर्स ही वॉज, मतलब फाइनेंस मिनिस्टर है ना, चिदम्बरम से बिलोंग करते हैं. हरदन हल्ली डोड्डे गावड़ा देवे गावड़ा, योर फॉर्मर प्राइम मिनिस्टर, समवेयर देयर इन लाइज द नेम ऑफ हिज विलेज. हरदन हल्ली ही इज फ्रॉम. आर यू विद मी? राहत इंदौरी, इंदौर से हैं. तो हम कहां से आए हैं? मेरे दादाजी का नाम था हरचंद राय लोहारी वाला, क्योंकि हम लोहारी गांव से आए हैं. अब हम थोड़े अंग्रेज हो गए ओवर 2 generations. ठीक है? बट वेयर वी कम फ्रॉम, हैव यू गाइज ऑल्सो हर्ड, और एम आई जस्ट, हैव यू ऑल्सो, लाइक, आर यू एबल टू रिलेट टू दिस फिनोमिना? शेयर सम एग्जाम्पल्स इफ यू हैव. झुंझुनू वालों लगाते हैं, झुंझुन वाला, बिल्कुल. और नीड नॉट बी फेमस पर्सन, इट कुड बी योर क्लासमेट, यू, हुएवर. कौन से गांव कर? दहे गांव कर. द नेम ऑफ द विलेज इज दहे गांव, है ना. और वो भी है तुम्हारे, वो जो थे, ये गांवकर का ही होता है, सर गांवकर है गोवा साइड एंड महाराष्ट्र साइड में ये बहुत होता है. मंगेशकर, उनका भी अपने विलेज से आता है. हाँ. अंबेडकर, उनका वो टीचर से भी आया था, विलेज से भी आया था. हाँ. कौन सा पुर? खंजरपुर. हाँ, खंजर से होंगे या खंजरपुर से होंगे, बिल्कुल. हाँ, है ना. तो इट इज वेरी कॉमन, फ्रेंड्स. ठीक. तो ये केवल एक एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव यूनिट नहीं है. ये मेरे वजूद का एक अभिन्न हिस्सा है कि मैं कौन हूं, उसका एक अभिन्न हिस्सा है, मैं कहां से आया हूं, मैं कहां को बिलोंग करता हूं. एम श्रीनिवास राइट्स, लिखो. आप लोग ऐसे ही बोल देते हो कि एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव यूनिट है. एन इंसल्ट टू वंस विलेज, धन्यवाद. एन इंसल्ट टू वंस विलेज मस्ट बी अवेंज्ड. अवेंज मतलब बदला लेना. जस्ट लाइक एन इंसल्ट टू वंस मदर और वाइफ. तो जिस तरह से मैं अपनी मां के बारे में एक शब्द नहीं सुन सकता, मैं अपनी वाइफ के बारे में कुछ नहीं सुन सकता, उसी तरह से मैं अपने गांव के बारे में कुछ नहीं सुन सकता. दैट इज द सेंस ऑफ अटैचमेंट, बिलोंगिंगनेस दैट पीपल हैव टू देयर विलेज. इट्स नॉट मियरली एन एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव एंटिटी, फॉर गॉड्स सेक. डोंट राइट फॉर गॉड्स सेक एटसेट्रा इन योर शीट्स. इट इज नॉट. ठीक है, इट क्लियरली हैज इमेंस social significance. दूसरी बात, आपने कहा क्रिटिक्स कि भैया विलेज इज नॉट अ कोहेसिव यूनिट. विलेज में देर आर लॉट ऑफ कास्ट और इट इज डिवाइडेड इनटू, splintered into, as it were, castes. That is what the critics point out. What these structural functionalists who focus on village studies, what they point out, are there, according to them, are there fights amongst between castes in the village? There are. No denying. We are not blind to that. Clearly there are conflicts, there are fights, there are caste-based, there is competition also, there is conflict also, there are factions also, a lot of things are there. There is caste-based exploitation also, no doubt, no denying. Yet, there is also, or far more importantly, there is complementarity. मैं लिखवा दूंगा. There is complementarity. There is dependence between castes. Particularly, friends, when we face the outside world, we face them as one unit, as one unified entity. साफ बात है. Do you have fights with your sibling, your real sibling? Yes, you do. But if on the other side there is a clash with your cousins, will you guys make up and face the cousins together as one unit? Yes, you will. Yes or no? बेशक आपकी सुबह लड़ाई हो, शाम को आप पैचअप कर लोगे कि उसने तेरे को ऐसे कैसे बोल दिया. Yes or no? दोनों धोखे आएंगे उसको फिर. Do you have fights with your cousins? Yes, you do. But if on the outside you have, say, non-kin, those who are not your cousins or relatives, will you and your cousins get together and take them head on as one unit? Yes, you will. साफ बात है, लड़ाई झगड़े किस परिवार में नहीं होते, किस यूनिट में नहीं होते, हर में होते हैं. इसका मतलब यह नहीं है कि हम वन यूनिट नहीं है. इसी तरह इन अ विलेज बिटवीन कास्ट देर आर नो डाउट फाइट्स एंड कॉन्फ्लिक्ट्स. हम आपस में कितना ही लड़ लें, बट अगर बाहर वालों की बात आएगी, वी आर वन यूनिट. ठीक, लिखो. ये लोग, हाँ, चीप लगता है कहने को, जो डिफेंडर्स हैं विलेज स्टडीज के, हाँ, या ऐसे लिख लो स्ट्रक्चरल फंक्शनलिस्ट लाइक श्रीनिवास, ये सब बेते वेते. Point out that और ज्यादा टाइम, एक बात बताओ, सॉरी टू कट यू शॉर्ट, ज्यादा टाइम हम लड़ते हैं या शांति से रहते हैं? लड़ाई होती है पर पूरे टाइम थोड़ी ना मुठभेड़ में पड़े रहते हैं. कॉन्फ्लिक्ट्स आर इंटरमिटेंट, कभी कभार लड़ते हैं, बाकी टाइम शांति से जीते हैं, है ना? क्या लिखा है बेटी? हाँ, पॉइंट आउट दैट दो कॉन्फ्लिक्ट्स and exploitation are prevalent in rural society, comma, a far more salient या far more important aspect is interdependence, reciprocity, and complementarity. Between various castes and communities. Within a village. Between various castes and communities within a village. ठीक है, स्कॉलर्स के कुछ नाम लिख लो, वही स्टैंडर्ड है. एमएन श्रीनिवास, एंद्रे बेते, विलियम ट्रिक क्वेश्चन, वाइजर, वेरी गुड. These are the wiser students. Only because they've mentioned him. These guys have emphasized upon complementarity and reciprocity. ठीक है, full stop. Scholars like Srinivas, बेते या दुबे, दुबे लिखो, दुबे, बेते also suggest that while there may be fissures या divisions, while there may be divisions within, comma, for the outsiders, the village functions as a cohesive, as a single cohesive unit. As a single cohesive unit. ठीक है. सो पॉइंट इज फ्रेंड्स, जो विलेज है ये कोई मियर एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव या लीगल एंटिटी नहीं है, ये एक इंटेग्रल पार्ट है मेरी सोशल आइडेंटिटी का, मेरे सेल्फ कंसेप्शन का, मेरे सेल्फ डिस्क्रिप्शन का. यस और नो? इनफैक्ट ये जो विलेज है ना, दिस रिप्रेजेंट्स, लिखो ना, एवरी विलेज. एक सेकेंड पहले आपको, सॉरी, आपने एक और क्रिटिसिज्म बोला कि देयर इज नो सच थिंग कॉल्ड एन इंडियन विलेज. यू हैव मोर देन 6 लाख विलेजेस एंड ऑल आर वेरी ऑफ अ डिफरेंट काइंड. यस और नो? श्रीनिवास वगैरह ये स्ट्रक्चरल फंक्शनलिस्ट क्या कहते हैं? यस. इज देयर डाइवर्सिटी इन इंडियाज विलेजेस? नो डाउट, नो डिनाइंग, देयर इज डाइवर्सिटी. क्लियरली बहुत कुछ अलग अलग है. डिस्पाइट दिस इमेंस डाइवर्सिटी, there is a thread of commonality. There is something which unites, something which is common to villages across the length and breadth of the country. कुछ तो है कॉमन इन विलेजेस इन फ्रॉम कश्मीर टू कन्याकुमारी या आसाम वगैरह से लेके गुजरात तक. क्या? हाँ, दी कास्ट सिस्टम. कास्ट अलग अलग होंगी, बट जो प्रिंसिपल्स हैं कास्ट सिस्टम के, हायरार्किकली अरेंज यूनिट्स, एंडोगैमी, ऑक्यूपेशनल, ब्ला ब्ला ब्ला, यू विल फाइंड देम थ्रू आउट इंडिया. कास्ट सिस्टम है, पेट्रियार्की है, हम सब महिलाओं को दबाते हैं अपने अपने तरीकों से. इंपॉर्टेंस ऑफ लैंड. लैंड इज very, very important in the rural social setup. Not just in, even in the coastal areas where the economy is mostly, say, fishing dependent. The main livelihood is fishing. Even there you will find, even in the coastal villages, we have a long coastline, land continues to be very important. A reverence for tradition. विलेजेस जो होते हैं कंजर्वेटिव ओरिएंटेशन के होते हैं. ठीक है, तो ऐसा नहीं है कि देर इज नो सच थिंग कॉल्ड एन इंडियन विलेज. वी कैन लाइक वी हैव आइडेंटिफाई सम कॉमन फीचर्स अक्रॉस दिस डाइवर्स लैंड. You can identify or build thematically or conceptually a typical Indian village. Are you with me? लिखो. Each village represents Indian society in miniature. Full stop. Villages capture the civilizational values of India. Full stop. The rural social structure represents all. That is important for the Indian civilization. Dash. Whether it is caste, kinship, religion, respect for the elderly, community orientation, or importance of land. ठीक, तो ये है अबाउट विलेज स्टडीज. तो अर्थात लॉन्ग स्टोरी शॉर्ट, हम लोग कोई फालतू काम नहीं कर रहे थे. द डेकेड ऑफ 1950s वाज वेल स्पेंट. द फोकस ऑन विलेज स्टडीज वाज एप्रोप्रिएट, राइट. तो अगर हमें इंडिया को समझना है, हमें विलेज को समझना सही तरीका है इंडिया को समझने का. ठीक है. विद दैट शुड वी ब्रेक? ठीक है, लेट अस. Moving on, friends, to discussing the idea of the Indian village. The idea of the Indian village. What does it mean? Firstly, when we say idea of the Indian village, matlab how the Indian village has been conceptualized or understood. Okay, that is what we are trying to say. The different ways in which the Indian village has been perceived or understood. One of the ways in which the Indian village has been understood is through the colonial lens. So the colonial view of the Indian village, how the colonial administrators perceived the Indian village to be, that is very aptly captured in a very pithy phrase of Charles Metcalfe. Charles Metcalfe, who termed Indian villages as little republics. Little republics. So this pretty much sums up the colonial view of Indian villages. What do you mean by little villages? Little republics. What do you mean by republic? Or what does this phrase seem to suggest to you? What's a republic? The main authority is elected, yeah, technically that. But the phrase little republic, what does it seem to suggest? हाँ, very good. अपने आप में एक देश है. It's like a mini country. That's what he's saying. That every village is like a mini country. Okay? Meaning what? It is, when he says that Indian villages are mini little republics, it means that they are economically self-sufficient. The colonizers, the British, viewed Indian villages as economically self-sufficient and socio-politically autonomous and isolated. Economically self-sufficient and socio-politically autonomous and isolated. मतलब खुद में एक सेल्फ कंटेन्ड सा यूनिट है ना? Why? Or what explains this self-sufficient nature of Indian society, economy, polity? Why is this village seen, or what makes it autonomous, independent, self-sufficient? Absolutely correct. So why is it economically self-sufficient? Because you have various castes who are in a Jajmani exchange. So the needs of all the villagers are met from within the village community. Yes or no? सब कास्टें एक दूसरे की सारी जरूरतें पूरी कर देती हैं. And why is it politically autonomous? Yes. So there is a mechanism for dispute resolution, adjudication within the village community in the form of village panchayats, caste panchayats. What do? They serve this politico-administrative functions. So village को बाहर जाने की जरूरत ही नहीं है. Self-contained unit है. ठीक? लिखो. For Metcalfe, Indian villages have nearly everything they want within. Indian villages have nearly everything they want within, and they are independent of any foreign relations. Independent of any foreign relation. Foreign matlab outside, outside of the village. Now, because the village is a self-contained kind of a unit, it also gives it a remarkable kind of a continuity. The village community is characterized by a very remarkable degree of continuity. मतलब क्या है? I'll dictate also. Basically what he is saying that, at the central level, have there been changes in India at the central level through the ages? Not talking of just modern period. Through the ages, have there been changes at the central level? Tumultuous changes. Constantly there have been changes. Yes or no? तो कभी नंदाज रूल करते थे, कभी मौर्याज करते थे, कभी गुप्ताज करते थे, हेल्प मी हियर, राइट? कभी खिलजी करते थे, कभी लोधी करते थे, कभी मौर्य वो मुगल्स करते थे, कभी ब्रिटिश करते थे, या कभी नेहरूवियन स्टेट आफ्टर इंडिपेंडेंस, और भी सैकड़ों आई होंगी जो ऑफ कोर्स विच आई हैव नॉट मेंशन्ड. बट द विलेज एज अ कम्युनिटी रिमेन्स अनअफेक्टेड. तो अगर कोई नॉन डिस्क्रिप्ट विलेज है टग्ड इन द इंटीरियर्स ऑफ हरियाणा, लोहारी, it will remain as it is through these changes. तो हजारों साल से लोहारी क्या है? लोहारी है. वैसा का वैसा एक सेल्फ कंटेन्ड ऑलमोस्ट इंडिपेंडेंट यूनिट. ऊपर बदलते रहेंगे, पर एट दी कम्युनिटी लेवल, एट दी विलेज लेवल, इट रिमेन्स ऑलमोस्ट अनअफेक्टेड. क्लियर? लिखो. मेटकाफ कहते हैं वॉर्स में पास ओवर इट, वॉर्स में पास ओवर इट, युद्ध, कॉमा, regimes may come and go, but the village as a community always remains unchanged, unshaken, and self-sufficient. ठीक है? This, friends, in a nutshell, was the colonial view of Indian society, of Indian villages. ठीक? Moving on to another view. Whose view? Very important for our national psyche. मार्क्स. शुभ शुभ बोलो. महात्मा गांधी, है ना? नाउ लेट अस ट्राई टू अप्रिशिएट द गांधीयन व्यू ऑफ इंडियन विलेजेस. गांधी जी के क्या विचार थे ऑन विलेजेस? In many ways, friends, the Gandhian view of Indian villages paralleled the colonial view of Indian villages. In other words, there was some sort of overlap between the two, but not entirely. Okay? Not entirely. Like the colonial rulers, Gandhi also saw Indian villages as self-sufficient and autonomous units. Gandhi also saw Indian villages as self-sufficient and autonomous units. But Gandhi ke according, friends, and this is where he differs from the colonial masters, the self-sufficiency and autonomy of the Indian villages has been destroyed by the policies of the colonial state. पर गांधी के मुताबिक ये जो सेल्फ सफिशिएंट और ऑटोनॉमस कैरेक्टर है, इसको तबाह कर दिया ब्रिटिश ने. Gandhi, friends, he laid lot of emphasis on regaining or establishing, okay, the self-sufficiency and autonomy of the villages. So much so that he equated Swaraj. Swaraj yani political independence from colonial rule with Gram Swaraj. Gandhi equated Swaraj अर्थात political independence from colonial rule with Gram Swaraj अर्थात restoration of village level autonomy. So Gandhi put this restoration of village level autonomy literally on the top of the agenda. ठीक? Gandhi, friends, he had a strong preference for what he regarded as the simplicity and authenticity of village life. Over the chaos, the mindless consumerism of the cities, Gandhi preferred the authenticity and simplicity of village life compared to the chaos and consumerism of the cities. बापू कहते थे, सादा जीवन उच्च विचार. और यह कहां संभव है? सिंपल लिविंग, हाई थिंकिंग. वेयर इज इट पॉसिबल? इन द कंट्री साइड और इन द विलेजेस. शहरों की भाग दौड़ में, शहरों की माइंडलेस कंपटीशन एंड कंज्यूमरिज्म में यह सिंपली संभव ही नहीं है. ठीक है? In fact, friends, Gandhi also laid a lot of emphasis on, rejuvenating the village economy, rejuvenating the rural economy. That is why he focused on village industry, cottage industry. He made charkha the symbol of resistance to colonial rule. यानी हैंडस्पन क्लॉथ. He also laid emphasis on reviving Panchayati Raj. गांवों को हमें फिर से सुदृढ़ करना होगा, गोरों ने तबाह कर दिया है, ठीक। और उसको सुदृढ़ करने के लिए हमें पंचायती राज और ग्राम उद्योग दोनों को फिर से रिचार्ज करना होगा एंड स्ट्रॉन्ग करना होगा, राइट। ठीक। डोंट राइट फुल सेंटेंसेस, दैट इज द की, जस्ट राइट द की वर्ड्स, फ्रेम द सेंटेंसेस लेटर ऑन, है ना। कॉटेज इंडस्ट्री, चरखा सिंबल, ऐसे लिखते हैं। क्लियर? In stark contrast to Gandhi's views were the views of his arch nemesis, yani Ambedkar. Gandhi, friends, had a very rosy picture, a romanticized version, an idealized portrayal of rural society. गांव में क्या है? भोले वाले सीधे साधे लोग, भाईचारा, मोहब्बत, ऑल ऑफ दैट नाइस थिंग्स, अकॉर्डिंग टू बापू. बट अकॉर्डिंग टू बाबा साहेब, द विलेज इज अ साइट ऑफ डिस्क्रिमिनेशन, एक्सप्लॉयटेशन एंड ऑपरेशन. कोई भाईचारा वाईचारा नहीं होता, शोषण होता है ऑफ द वर्स्ट काइंड. अलोंग कास्ट एंड जेंडर लाइन्स, नीची जातियों को और महिलाओं को दबाया जाता है. Villages are riddled with factionalism. He said they are cesspools of factionalism and dens of iniquity. अंधियार नगरी है गांव, अंधकार है गांव में. ठीक है? Which view, now you've understood some varying views, which view of the village community affected the approach of the Indian state after independence? Ambedkar, Gandhi, Nehru. Nehru it was. Gandhi ji, of course, passed away soon after independence. Ambedkar survived for a decade or so, but then he did not have the political capital. The people's mandate was with Chacha Nehru, right? So it was Nehru, friends, who was the architect, literally, of modern post-independence India. So it was the Nehruvian interpretation which guided state policy. Nehru, friends, you tell me, what is your sense? What was Nehru's understanding of village life? Along Gandhian lines, या Ambedkarite lines? How did Nehru see? Sorry? Not middle. Convenient, but not that. Nehru's views of village community or village life were in stark contrast to those of Gandhi, his political mentor. ठीक है? Stark contrast. They were not exactly aligned with Ambedkar's vision or understanding also, but if I have to choose between the two, somewhat more towards the Ambedkarite view. Okay? Nevertheless, the point is that Nehru's understanding of village life was in stark contrast to Gandhi's understanding. In fact, there was correspondence between the two in 1940s, where they are discussing what should be the future of India. And Gandhi is emphatic that the future of India lies in the villages. Lies in its villages. And Nehru gives a categorical reply, or should I say more of a rebuttal, to Gandhi's arguments. According to Nehru, villages are backward. Intellectually also and culturally also. Villages are backward. Why are they backward intellectually? Villagers lack rational thought. They lack scientific temper. Are you with me? They have this slavish, what should I say, bowing down before tradition. They don't critically analyze things. They simply follow the way things have been. So because of lack of scientific temper, rationality, Nehru considered villages to be intellectually backward. Why are they culturally backward? Yes, so villagers are caught in this cobweb of caste, religion, and religion which has been reduced to superstition and meaningless rituals. And Nehru was of the considered view that no progress can take place in a backward environment. No progress can take place in such an environment of backwardness. So what should the state in independent India do? Should it focus on the villages? According to Nehru, yes, it should, it must. This is where he is in agreement with Gandhi. After all, bulk of the population resides in the villages. So if we want to ensure national development, we will have to ensure that, or Nehru focused on transforming the villages. Transforming the villages through modernization. Absolutely. The villages need to be transformed through modernization. And it is this Nehruvian view which also informed policy in independent India. So how do you ensure this? See, the Nehruvian state after independence, it equated national development with village upliftment. अगर देश को तरक्की करनी है तो गांव का उद्धार करना अनिवार्य है, अति आवश्यक है. Nehruvian state equated national development with village upliftment. Practically, what does it translate into? क्या policy होनी चाहिए? How do you uplift the villages? These villagers are all backward mandbuddhis. Modern, कैसी education? Modern education. So गांव में जाके स्कूल खोले जाएं, कैसी? जो मॉडर्न एजुकेशन इंपार्ट करेंगे. So spread modern education through a network of public schools, public healthcare centers. मॉडर्न हेल्थ केयर प्रोवाइड करो लोगों को. इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर डेवलप करना है, सड़कें बनानी है, रोड्स, इलेक्ट्रिसिटी. मॉडर्नाइजिंग एग्रीकल्चर, earnestly taken up after Nehru's own term, huh? More during Shastri and say what we call Green Revolution, huh? But also modernizing agriculture, spread of scientific temper. ये सब करके you ensure rural development. ठीक. Lastly, in this segment of the syllabus, in this topic, lastly is, so we've discussed how many? Colonial, Gandhi, Ambedkar, Chacha, Nehru, and lastly, the view of academic scholars. छोटी बात लगती है इतने बड़े बड़े दिग्गजों की बात करने के बाद. Nevertheless, I get it, but please put it on silent. So, before I come to the scholars, you tell me, you are also part scholars. Do you agree with the colonial view of Indian villages as self-sufficient, autonomous, isolated units? कि हर गांव में अपने ही एक self-contained unit या देश टाइप का है. Yes or no? No. Various scholars, okay, such as M.N. Srinivas, Andre Bete, A.M. Shah, they have challenged the colonial notion of Indian villages as little republics. In other words, friends, Indian villages were not just today. In the past also, they have never been independent, isolated, self-sufficient units. Indian villages have always had ties with the other villages, the wider region. उनको self-sufficient या isolated कहना is gross misrepresentation. They have never been these isolated, self-contained kind of units. क्यों नहीं है? कोई भी चीज ले लो, चाहे economic dimension ले लो. In terms of, so there have always been strong economic ties between villages. For example, जजमानी system जो था, oftentimes it operated at an inter-village level. क्या हर विलेज में सारी कास्ट होती थी? होती थी क्या? नहीं. Rarely that would be the case that every village will have all the castes. Are you with me? So, a caste or a community in one village may have jajmans or patrons in another. For example, ये 10 गांव हैं, इनमें से एक में नाई हैं, barbers. So they will do what? Barbers from that village, they will go and provide barbary, if that's a word, services to the patrons or the jajmans in the neighboring 10 villages. Yes or no? गांव-गांव जाके वो बाल काटते थे. Are you with me? तो ये नहीं है कि जजमानी सिस्टम सेल्फ कंटेन्ड था within a village. Jajmani ties would often spread across or outside the village boundaries. Clear? पहली बात. Secondly, oftentimes there used to be weekly markets, bazaars, haats that would be organized, in which people of numerous neighboring villages, they would converge. वीकली बाजार्स या मार्केट्स या जिनको हाट बोलते हैं वो ऑर्गेनाइज होते थे, जहां पे आसपास के गांव के कई गांव के लोग आके वेयर्स में अपने डील करते थे. Yes or no? Even in contemporary India, in urban India, you see remnants of that. You may have heard of Som Bazaar, Mangal Bazaar, Shani Bazaar. Yes or no? उसी की हेरिटेज है. समझ रहे हैं? तीसरी बात, लैंड ओनरशिप देख लो. लैंड ओनरशिप क्या बड़ी क्लियर कट होती थी. किसी गांव के, मतलब ऑफन टाइम्स, व्हाट आई एम लॉन्ग स्टोरी शॉर्ट, ऑफन टाइम्स पीपल or land belonging to one village, its revenue, whatever you call, boundaries, may be owned by rich people in a nearby village. आज के दिन भी होता है. Yes or no? ये गांव की जमीन ये है, एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव बाउंड्रीज ये है, पर ये गांव के लोग गरीब हैं, बाजू वाले गांव के अमीर हैं, उन्होंने खरीद लिया इस गांव में. Are you with me? So often times landowners were residing in one village and owning lands in several nearby villages. Possible. Used to happen. Several villages even had trade ties outside the country, internationally, particularly along the coast. Several coastal villages had international trade ties. आप उसको एक सेल्फ कंटेन्ड आइसोलेटेड यूनिट मान रहे हो. पॉलिटिको एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिवली क्या वो मेटकाफ क्या कहता है, इंडिपेंडेंट ऑफ एनी फॉरेन रिलेशंस, एज इफ इट्स गॉट नथिंग टू डू विद द आउटसाइड वर्ल्ड. एवरी विलेज वॉज सब्जेक्टेड टू द डोमिनियन ऑफ द सेंट्रल रूलर. जो सेंट्रल रूलर था, दे वुड कलेक्ट टैक्स या रेवेन्यू. लगान लेते थे, नहीं देते थे गांव वाले, देते थे. तो ये नहीं है कि हमें फर्क नहीं पड़ता कौन आ जा रहा है. भैया अगर कोई रूलर आ गया, उसने बहुत टैक्स रेट बढ़ा दिया, तो हमारा जीवन खराब हो जाएगा. एंड दिस इज प्रिसाइसली व्हाट द ब्रिटिश डिड. आर यू विद मी? सो दे वर नॉट इम्यून टू चेंजेस एट द सेंट्रल लेवल. पॉलिटिकल टाइज थे, इकोनॉमिक टाइज थे, सोशल टाइज थे. फॉर एग्जाम्पल, वेरी इंपॉर्टेंटली, टाइज ऑफ मैरिज एंड किनशिप. नॉर्थ इंडिया में क्या रूल है? विलेज एक्सोगैमी. तो हमें अपने गांव के लिए बहुएं चाहिए, कहां से आएंगी? दूसरे गांव से आएंगी. हमारी बहुओं का मैका कहां है? दूसरे गांव में पड़ता है. दहेज कहां से आएगा? दूसरे गांव से आएगा. बिटिया कहां जाएगी? तीसरे गांव को जाएगी. नॉट दूसरे से बहू आई है. ओके, यस और नो? सो वेरी इंटीमेट. मैरिज और किनशिप से ज्यादा करीबी रिश्ता क्या होगा? मैरिज एंड किनशिप टाइज बाउंड पीपल ऑफ वन विलेज टू अनदर. और क्या बोलते हैं, वो जो बेटी होती है किसकी होती है? मेरी. गांव की बेटी होती है. तो जहां गई है बेटी, वो गांव वालों के लिए वो है पूरा. समझ रहे हैं आप? मैरिज एंड किनशिप टाइज है. पिलग्रिमेज की वजह से टाइज होते हैं. भैया, इफ इन योर विलेज देयर इज अ माता सती रानी मंदिर, तो क्या आई विल बी डिप्राइव्ड? क्या मैं धोख खाने आ सकता हूं? नहीं आऊंगा? जरूर आऊंगा. बाजू वाले गांव से 50 गांव के लोग आएंगे वहां पे मत्था टेकने, आशीर्वाद लेने. या इफ आई एम गोइंग ट्रैवलिंग टू अ डिस्टेंट प्लेस, हरिद्वार जा रहा हूं मैं फ्रॉम अ विलेज इन वेरेवर, हरियाणा. अब वो ऐसे वो तो थी नहीं कि फ्लाइट से पहुंच गए. रात को रुक रुक के पहुंचेंगे. कहां रुकेंगे? बीच में गांव गांव में रुकेंगे. Are you with me? So all sorts of ties bound or intimately connected a village to the wider region or other villages, and the village was never a self-contained, isolated, independent kind of a unit. Clear? Likho. Scholars like Srinivas, Shah, and Bete. I'm just giving you a concluding two-liner. Argue that the village was always part of a wider economic, political, and social system. Full stop. The isolation, autonomy, and self-sufficiency of the Indian village is an illusion. भ्रम है, मिथ्या है, ना अभी है ना कभी था. एक independent देश type, as these guys suggest. Moving on to land tenure systems and changes in them. Land tenure systems and changes in them. So friends, the colonial administration introduced new kinds of land tenure systems. I'm not getting into the details, but a very quick this thing, namely zamindari, Rayotwadi, Mahalwadi, and Jagirdari being among the more popular ones. Okay? These were four major land tenure systems introduced by the British. What these were, what were the features, where they were, कोई औध में था, OUDH, है ना, कोई कहाँ पे था, वो सब आप हिस्ट्री में पढ़ेंगे, कौन सा कॉर्नवालिस ने किया, कौन सा मैकेंजी ने घुसाया, and so on. I just want to take from you, which of these was the most exploitative? Zamindari, clearly with its trademark features of absentee landlordism, blah blah blah. ठीक, that's all part of history. Which of these was relatively the most benign? For the peasantry, Rayotwadi. Why? Because the Rayot directly paid taxes to the state. ठीक है? So ये है. But please appreciate one major just overall analysis which I want to share. What H. Venkat Subbiah suggests. First I'll explain, then I'll dictate. What he says, friends, that these systems, they were not completely, isolated from each other. They were all of them were planted by the British at different points of time. Oftentimes they were operating at near about the same time. Yes or no? In different regions, kahin kuch chal raha hai, kahin kuch chal raha hai. The British were also at that time trying to figure out what will be the best way. That you can maximize revenue also, stir least resistance also. Are you with me? They were also in the process of figuring out what would be the most appropriate land tenure system. And all these efforts, they were ongoing concurrently in different parts of the country by the colonial administrators. In other words, friends, given this, there was a lot of give and take between these various systems. तो अगर आप जो भी हो, मैकिन्जी हो, आपने अपने जहां भी कुछ लगाया सिस्टम फॉर सर्टेन फीचर्स, आपने देखा ये महलवाड़ी एरिया में अच्छा दिस थिंग सीम्स टू बी वर्किंग, तो आपने वो पॉलिसी फीचर अपने सिस्टम में इनकॉर्पोरेट कर लिया. आर यू विद मी? सो लॉट ऑफ देम दे काइंड ऑफ ग्रू अप टुगेदर, दीज वेरियस सिस्टम्स, so much so that by 1940 or so they became nearly indistinguishable from each other. इतना इनमें लेन देन हुआ फीचर्स का. He says that if today, मतलब if in 1940s, if Cornwallis, Mackenzie, etc. were themselves to appear, they will not be able to distinguish which is which. इतना उनमें commonality हो गई है. ठीक है? And all of them became which type? Approximated which type? Zamindari type. ठीक है? मतलब they became quite exploitative, चाहे नाम से या theoretically या जो आप उनके ideal type features कुछ भी बताओ, but they all of became quite exploitative like the zamindari system. लिखो. वेंकट सुबैया suggests that the various land tenure systems over time borrowed heavily from each other. Full stop. By 1940s, they had become nearly indistinguishable. Comma, and all had become quite exploitative. Quite exploitative. ठीक? क्या फीचर्स वगैरह हैं ये you will study in modern history. I'm not getting into that. Now, because of these exploitative systems that the British introduced, क्या हुआ? क्या हुआ? हाँ वही, lot of peasant uprisings and rebellions and revolts, lot of agitations, right? And many of these agitations or these peasant uprisings were led by the national leadership, a Gandhi, a Patel. They were literally at the forefront personally, guiding many of these efforts. Yes or no? In other words, friends, the national leadership became acutely aware of the conditions and the problems of the Indian peasantry. Therefore, after independence, we did what? Land reforms. Give a subheading, land tenure system after independence. Land tenure systems after independence. और उसके नीचे लिख दीजिए लैंड रिफॉर्म्स. Now, land reforms were implemented by the governments at which level? State या center? State. It was and shayad is a state subject, right? So, the policy making implementation was done by the state governments. But, please appreciate, most states had Congress governments and the center was also ruled this time by the Congress. So it was the Nehruvian vision or the vision of the central leadership which, laid down the broad framework for land reforms, or it was the central leadership which laid out the broad framework या vision for land reforms, while the state governments translated it into legislative policy measures and implemented it. ठीक? Broadly, 3-4 types of land reform measures were undertaken. क्या किया? Absolutely. So one is the abolition of intermediaries. So Zamindari Abolition Act etc. were passed. Because the intermediaries काफी खून चूसते थे peasantry का. Another thing was tenancy reforms. Tenancy reforms matlab basically to the tenants who were tilling the land, security of tenure was sought to be provided. Matlab they cannot be summarily or arbitrarily evicted from lands which they have been sowing, right? Also there was a cap put on the maximum rent which could be charged. It could not be obnoxiously high as it was back then. As high as 60% of the produce would have to be given to the many places they had. So that was moderated. ठीक? Security of tenure was of course provided to the guys, to the tenants. Then you had land sealing acts that were passed. Land sealing acts क्या करेंगे? They would cap the total amount of land which could be owned by an individual or a family, right? And any excess or beyond that would fall in the lap of the state, right? And lastly, क्या नाम है तुम्हारा? हाँ, land redistribution. ठीक? The overarching philosophy, the guiding philosophy of the land reforms was, or land reforms were guided by the philosophy of land to the tiller. Land to the tiller. मतलब जो जमीन जोत रहा है उसका जमीन पे मालिकाना हक होना चाहिए, किसी दूसरे व्यक्ति का नहीं. ठीक? That was the overarching or guiding philosophy. P.C. Joshi, I'm not testing your patience, it is how it is. P.C. Joshi, he has highlighted that there were 3 broad approaches to land reforms. 3 broad approaches to land reforms. The first was the Gandhian approach. Gandhian approach from a Gandhian perspective, friends, land or wealth in general गांधी जी का क्या नोशन था? ट्रस्टीशिप का. सो लैंड या वेल्थ इज हेल्ड बाय द वेल्दी इन ट्रस्ट. सो द वेल्दी आर द कस्टोडियंस ऑफ द वेल्थ ऑफ द सोसाइटी. अगर मेरे पास पैसा है, किस लिए है वो? कि मैं एक बड़ी अय्याशी भरी जिंदगी व्यतीत करूं, अय्याशी करने के लिए पैसा, मेरे बच्चों के लिए बटोरने के लिए, दैट आई पास इट डाउन टू द नेक्स्ट जनरेशन? नहीं. क्यों है? समाज कल्याण के लिए है. द वेल्दी, द लैंडेड क्लासेस, दे आर द कस्टोडियंस ऑफ द वेल्थ ऑफ द सोसाइटी. सो मुझे क्या करना है उस वेल्थ का? What should I be doing as a wealthy person, as a landed person? I have to preserve that wealth. ये नहीं कि उड़ा दी अय्याशियों में. I have to enhance or increase the quantum of the wealth. पर किसके लिए? समाज के लिए. Wealth must be used by the wealthy for the welfare of the society at large. Do not engage in mindless consumerism, status enhancing whatever expenditures, कि बड़ा बंगला ले लो, बड़ी गाड़ी ले लो, ये सब नहीं. ठीक? Coming to land reforms specifically, this approach was, what should I say, put into effect by Vinoba Bhave, who launched the Bhudan movement. Bhudan, the word literally means, Bhu means land, Dan means to donate. So Bhudan literally means to donate land. So this movement sought to encourage the landed sections of the society to voluntarily donate a part of that land, which would then be redistributed amongst the landless. आपके पास 200 एकड़ जमीन है जिसकी आपको जरूरत ही नहीं है. क्या करोगे इतनी जमीन का? थोड़ी सी दे दो, हम गरीबों में बांट देंगे, समाज का कल्याण होगा, आपको दुआ मिलेगी, और चाहिए ही क्या. ठीक? सो डू यू थिंक दिस वर्कड? टू पुट इट माइल्डली, आई वुड से इट मिजरेबली फेल्ड. ऐसे लिखना मत, जस्ट राइट दैट इट वॉज नॉट टू सक्सेसफुल, बट एक्चुअली इट मिजरेबली फेल्ड. सो ये जो मूवमेंट थी ना, भूदान मूवमेंट, इट इन्विसाज्ड और इट टारगेटेड collecting 50 million acres of land. That was the target set, कि 50 million acre collect करना है by donations of the landed. 4 million acres they were able to collect. So falling way short of the target. अगर किसी modern corporate में होते, ठीक है, and out of this less than 4 million acres which was collected, only or less than 1 million acre was redistributed. 50 million का टारगेट, 4 million का अटेनमेंट, 1 million acre से कम redistribution. What are we suggesting? No, we are not suggesting what you are thinking. Corruption or bungling वगैरह नहीं. Then why? Simply a huge chunk of the land that was donated to the movement was either, rocky or uncultivable, or it was stuck in disputes and litigation. दो भाइयों का झगड़ा चल रहा है, आपका मेरा, आपके हिस्से की जमीन है, मैंने डोनेट कर दी. ठीक है, जाओ कोर्ट से लाते रहो, उनसे लाते रहो. तो ये तो थोड़ी नहीं चली गांधीयन अप्रोच. In stark contrast to the Gandhian approach is the Marxist approach. From a Marxist perspective, friends, in a feudal agrarian economy, land is the most crucial input in the process of production. सारा खेल जमीन का ही तो है इन एन एग्रेरियन सोसाइटी, सॉरी एग्रेरियन इकोनॉमी. इनको इकोनॉमी के बाहर कुछ नहीं दिखता है. लैंड इज द मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट इनपुट. And land is owned and controlled by who? The haves, the rich and the powerful, who are a minuscule minority. चंद लोगों ने सारी जमीन पे कब्जा कर रखा है. Will the government distribute this land to the poor? क्यों? Because the government serves the interests of the haves. Government is in bed with the landed classes. Don't say bed and all, okay? But governments or the state apparatus serves the class interests of the haves. तो हम क्या करें? गरीब गांव वाले हाथ पे हाथ धरे बैठे रहे. क्या करो? कैसा रेवोल्यूशन? Bloody revolution. So the landless, they must unite, they must rise up in a bloody revolution and annihilate the class enemy. ये अमीर जमींदारों की, पूंजीपतियों की, लैंड ओनिंग क्लासेस की के सर को धड़ से अलग कर दो, उनकी जमीनों पे, बंगलों पे कब्जा कर लो और उसको फिर हम गरीबों में बांटेंगे. Has this approach been implemented? जाहिर है स्टेट तो ना ही करेगी. But where? The Naxalite movement. Yes or no? That is inspired from a version of Marxism, namely Maoism. Huh? And the third approach is the radical nationalist approach. According to this approach, Indian society needs to be reorganized along socialistic lines. We should attempt to establish a socialistic pattern of society. Establish a socialistic pattern of society. What does this mean? Does it mean a communist society where everybody is equal? Does it mean that? No, it doesn't. What it does mean is prevent concentration of wealth. What do you mean by establishing a socialistic pattern of society? That you prevent the concentration of wealth in few hands. And minimize inequalities of wealth. So you have to reduce inequalities, not do away with them altogether. That's a Marxist approach. And it was this approach, friends, that was adopted by the Indian state. ठीक? We'll continue tomorrow. Thank you.